IT bell, please.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerate implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
Ainsi c'est fait. Je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. 20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our avowed strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. 20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our avowed strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Every year, the African Union's Peace and Security Council and the African members of the United Nations Security Council convene a high-level seminar on peace and security in Africa. One of the main objectives of this seminar, which has been mostly taking place in Oran, Algeria, is to discuss peace and security matters on the continent. It is meant to assist incoming African members of the United Nations Security Council, known as the A3, in preparing to address peace and security issues on the continent. This is done to ensure that Africa speaks with one voice on continental and global issues of peace and security.
good thing about this seminar is that he has, first of all, been able to provide the A3 with the requisite capacity, information exchange, and the lessons learned reveal that the A3 has become a formidable force in international peace and security architecture. That is a fact. Secondly, it is necessary to also look at the Oran process as providing the leeway for the specific resolution on silencing the guns.
This process has started as a very simple and small idea. Make the 3 African members of the Security Council talk to each other, reflect on regional or international issues being dealt with by the Security Council, and try to have common thinking.
The first meeting was just to make sure that they orient the African members in the UN Security Council to have an idea of what is happening in Africa. Because once you're in New York, you listen to New Yorkers, you listen to UN Security Council, not necessarily to really understand the issues in Africa. So the idea is to make sure that once in a year, we brief them what is happening, and then they get to know what are the position of Africa to be reflected in the UN Security Council. Now in New York, when they negotiate issues or resolutions, there's no way they can negotiate without the African bloc.
The national flag of Sierra Leone.
A3 members are elected as non-permanent members and serve a 2-year term at the UN Security Council. The Council's primary mandate is to maintain international peace and security. The 2011 political crisis in Libya was one of the issues that greatly influenced the creation of the A3.
A resolution was taken and implemented. The African Union at that time, through its Peace and Security Council and through the chairperson of the Commission, spearheaded an African initiative aimed at facilitating a dialogue among the parties in Libya and a peaceful transition to democracy. And indeed, in so doing, we were all cognizant of the aspiration of the Libyan people to democracy, to human rights, and greater transparency in the management of their state. But there was a feeling that this objective could be achieved through dialogue as a way of ensuring that those aspirations are translated into reality, but also as a way of avoiding greater destabilization in the entire region. And it was clear that the African approach did not prevail. And later, Africa, and in particular the Sahel region, came to suffer from the evolution of the situation in Libya. And there was a feeling that if Africa had a unified voice in the Council and spoke more strongly, maybe the African view would have prevailed. And I think the idea of the A3 arose from that.
We engage in this Oran high-level meeting just to, let's say in brackets, to educate our members, our newly elected members to the Security Council, for them to be aware of all our positions with regard to all African files at the UN Security Council.
It has brought a change in the way Africa acts at the Security Council in terms of coordination of the positions, including common positions on questions of the continent. As we all know, the Security Council has around 65 to 70% of its agenda is on African issues, and not having Africa able to echo the positions of the continent, especially from the Peace and Security Council, was a very big vacuum. And we have filled this vacuum by creating the A3.
Today, the A3 continues to play a pivotal role in amplifying the united African voice in the Security Council.
It is also a platform, obviously, for sharing experience between outgoing members of the African 3 members of the UN Security Council and incoming members of the UN Security Council, so that the incoming members build on the experiences of the outgoing members in terms of enhancing their capacity, but also their engagement in the UN Security Council. It has increasingly become important, particularly now when division and polarization within the UN Security Council is at its highest.
Well, it's a very important platform where we can speak our mind and avoid being very diplomatic, as what the French will call langue de bois. I think if we want to find a solution to our problems, we have to be bold enough to address them without any diplomacy. And I think that's the way we can resolve the issues. But if we are trying to be tactful and try to massage the issues, sugarcoat our language, I don't think we'll find any solution. It's important that we talk as brothers and sisters, and we have the courage to speak the truth to each other.
And as we speak, 3 of the countries that constitute the Central Sahelian space, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, are suspended from the African Union because of military coup d'etats. Yes, you continue from there, of course, into perhaps one of the most pronounced crises as we speak, Sudan. The conflicts that broke out in that country on the 15th of April appears to have deepened. It has really intensified, and we run the risk of seeing one of our member states actually move into that category that we don't want to talk about, but essentially state failure. That general Great Lakes area remains, I think, a major source of concern for us. And what you have there is really the intersection of conflicts that have been there for a while, but also mineral resources that everyone is looking for.
At the 10th high-level seminar, members of the Peace and Security Council and the A3 at ministerial level explored ways of strengthening the African voice on continental and international affairs. High representatives from the AU, UN and bilateral partners such as Norway, Switzerland and Denmark engaged extensively in these discussions.
The A3 voted in favor of the draft resolution because we believe that it signifies an effort on the part of the pen holder to bridge widely divergent views.
The permanent members of the Security Council are accustomed to the fact that they write the resolution on any regional or international conflict, including African conflict. So when it comes to Africa, it is always 1 or 2 members, permanent members, that take the pen and write the resolution on the Africa. So we are saying that too. At least to start with, we can hold the pen with you, and then, I mean, when it comes to African problems, we want our positions be reflected through our own writing, through our own thinking. And I believe that we are making some headway.
The AU Peace and Security Secretariat works closely with the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, UNITAR, in facilitating the organization of the Oran process. UNITAR has been a partner to the Oran process from the first seminar that took place in Algiers, Algeria in December 2013.
I was part of the team that prepared the concept notes that gave birth to the today called the A3 seminar. It was a gap, a need in the strengthening the role of and the cohesion among the African countries on the UN Security Council, and the better coordination for those countries on the UN Security Council and the African Union Security Council. UNITAR plays a very minor role because we are in the support of enabling the event to take place.
The 10th anniversary edition of the high-level seminar was also an opportunity to look back at past achievements and map the peace and security future of the continent.
Before a decision is made on African matters, I think it is now almost established that they want to hear from the A3, from the 3 African member states in the Council. And myself, I have witnessed the shift in the way the 3 member states have been coordinating their work in the Council. No longer you will see each and every African member state speaking, on its own national position, especially on issues of, relevance to all member states in the Council. They take one. There is one coordinator. And the UN is absolutely supportive of this step forward, which we believe will bring about a more consultative process, and it will also reflect a world that is changing, acknowledging that a major continent, the African continent, must have a say in matters that affect it directly.
Africa is the only continent that has entrusted the 3 African countries in the Security Council with the task of representing Africa in the Security Council. No continent has done such a thing. All the other continents are represented by countries that express national positions. As far as Africa is concerned, the 3 countries do their best to express African position on various security issues within the Security Council.
It has also proved useful to Addis Ababa, to the AU and the Peace and Security Council as the face and the voice and the ears of Africa in the UN system. So we have these achievements. More needs to be done, definitely, but in doing so, we must realize that we have come a long way in being able to mobilize the international community for special attention to African issues.
I think these 10 years, we can proudly say that we have achieved a milestone for the African continent regarding the way we act, the way we defend ourselves in the international arena when it comes to questions of peace and security. By being there as members of the African continent, the Security Council, the main objective is not just to be there. The main objective is to end conflicts on the continent. By ending conflict, then we can have more time to devote our efforts and means to issues of development which have been kind of marginalized.
It has therefore achieved quite a lot in terms of really enhancing that understanding of the strategic significance of the role of the A3. It has also provided a platform for exchanging those lessons learned. It has become an arena actually for refining the different mechanisms based on the particular context of a particular type. They therefore form a formidable block that you can consider to actually serve in some ways as both as principally a veto, exercising some kind of veto, not necessarily a de jure veto, but if the 3 votes are not going to be there, it can create a very really serious challenge for the functioning of the UN Security Council.
Overall, the high-level seminar has proved to be a strategic platform which can be used to find solutions to African and global problems. while also pushing for the reform of the UN Security Council.
First of all, we are all members of the United Nations. When we talk about the United Nations, sometimes we give the impression that it is something which is very far from us. We are full members of the United Nations. It means this body, which was created in 1945, need to reflect also our presence in our participation in the same body. We're just talking about the Security Council. I was talking about the issues of penholder. I was talking about the issues of numbers. I was talking about the issues of our presence there by non-permanent presence. We think we started these reforms as a United Nations. The African continent has been very active, not even talking about the former Secretary General Kofi Annan, but including issues of the modern times. When you take the SDGs, you had Africans leading the processes with a Kenyan ambassador as a facilitator. We had Mina Mohammed at the time advising Ban Ki-moon as Secretary General. You had Minister Kutesa leading the process at the General Assembly. So our contribution is there. But yet, I think we need to feel at home. We are not holding the pen. But it's a matter especially to impact fully on the decision. But I think this is happening because today rarely people deal with African issues without consulting the A3.
Tremendous successes have been made in the past decade. Now is the time to leverage the Oran process and consolidate the African Union's march towards the attainment of Agenda 2063, while also positioning Africa as a key international player in a reformed UN system. Every year, the African Union's Peace and Security Council and the African members of the United Nations Security Council convene a high-level seminar on peace and security in Africa. One of the main objectives of this seminar, which has been mostly taking place in Oran, Algeria, is to discuss peace and security matters on the continent. It is meant to assist incoming African members of the United Nations Security Council, known as the A3, in preparing to address peace and security issues on the continent. This is done to ensure that Africa speaks with one voice on continental and global issues of peace and security.
The good thing about this seminar is that he has, first of all, been able to provide the A3 with the requisite capacity, information exchange, and the lessons learned reveal that the A3 has become a formidable force in international peace and security architecture. That is a fact. Secondly, it is necessary to also look at the Oran process as providing the leeway for the specific resolution on silencing the guns.
This process has started as a very simple and small idea. Make the three African members of the Security Council talk to each other, reflect on regional and international issues being dealt with by the Security Council and try to have common thinking.
The first meeting was just to make sure that they orient the African members in the UN Security Council to have an idea of what is happening in Africa. Because once you're in New York, you listen to New Yorkers, you listen to UN Security Council, not necessarily to really understand the issues in Africa. So the idea is to make sure that once in a year, we brief them what is happening, and then they get to know what are the position of Africa to be reflected in the UN Security Council. Now in New York, when they negotiate issues or resolutions,
Honorable members, Honorable Vice President,
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Honorable members of Parliament, we're going to start with this a minute of silent prayer.
C'est bon, veuillez vous asseoir.
May you be seated. Thank you.
Donc,
there's no oath taking today, and I think the Secretary will ensure that the quorum will be attained or has attained. So the first item will be given to us by the clerk. So I'd like to request the deputy clerk to give us an outline of today's agenda. Thank you, Madam President. For this morning's session, the items on the agenda are as follows. There will be presentation and debate on the report entitled Outcome of the Joint Consultative Meeting between the Peace and Security Council and the Pan-African Parliament. This meeting was held on 17 and 18 July 2025. Thereafter, we'll have a presentation and debate on APRM report, and the afternoon we'll have a presentation and debate on the role of the Pan-African Parliament in the African integration process. So for this morning then, like I said earlier, we're going to have a presentation and debate on the outcome of the joint consultative meeting between the Peace and Security Council of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Clerk. So I'd like to request the person responsible for presenting for the debate to do so to the honorable MPs. So I'd like to invite the Honorable MP in charge of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, our Vice President. Allow me to ride on the established protocol. I'm here to present the conclusions of the joint consultative meeting between the Peace and Security Council, the African Union, and the Pan-African Parliament as a member of PAP Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution. As an introduction, honorable members, the Peace and Security Council meeting of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament held on a joint consultative meeting from 17th to 18th July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the PAP, and the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration of Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa. The joint consultative meeting was co-chaired by Heshi Fortune Sharubira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and Heshi Ambassador Rebecca Amunge Otengo, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Uganda to the AU and Chairperson of the PSC for July 2025. During the opening ceremony, the co-chairs delivered the opening remarks outlining the objectives and expected outcome of the joint consultative meeting. They expressed deep concern about the escalation of violent conflicts, which increase the humanitarian crisis across the African continent. They highlighted the need to ensure the nexus between peace, security, and development towards the promotion of economic growth, social progress, good governance that would contribute to reducing the underlying causes and structural drivers of conflict and enhancing long-term security. The co-chairs underlined the crucial role of the youth for the continent's development, acting as drivers of economic growth, social change, and political progress. They indicated that with a youth population, Africa has significant youth dividend opportunity, but realizing these potential requirements, empowering youth, people with inclusions, education, skills, and job opportunity. The co-chairs underlined the objective of the joint consultative meeting into strengthen cooperation, coordination, and collaboration by enhancing mutual understanding of the respective mandates and operational framework, as well as to fostering communication between the PSC and PAP. They state that PSC-PAP cooperation will enhance the promotion of good governance, peace, security across the continent. Equally, the co-chairs highlighted that the joint consultative meeting aimed at engaging on conflict prevention, management and resolution, and sharing experiences and best practices among member states to enhance collective running, improve the effectiveness of peace, security effort of the PSC and PAP. Dr. Siodhula, the acting chief director of the AU Department of International Relationship Corporation of the Republic of South Africa, delivered the remarks on behalf of the government of the Republic of South Africa and welcomed the delegation to South Africa and underlined the critical role of PSC and PAP in addressing the conflict situation in Africa. He also highlighted the importance of collaborative efforts among African institutions and organs to achieve Agenda 2063, the AU's vision for the continent's future, the Africa we want. Participants, the joint consultative meeting was attended by the PSC member states and members of the Pan-African Parliament, as well as the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Political Affairs, Peace and Security, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, and AU Commission, PAP staff. The meeting was also attended by the representative from the AU Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa. The joint consultative meeting was guided by AU Constitutive Act and other legal instruments establishing the PAP and PSC, as well as the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the establishment of PAP, and the protocol relating to the establishment of Peace, Security, Council of African Union relating to the mandates and cooperation between both organs. Our Vice President and honorable members, reference was made to the following. PSC statement adopted by 148th PSC meeting of 22 August 2008, which stressed the need to enhance cooperation with PAP in the area of conflict prevention, in particular regarding efforts to be made with a view to preventing post-electoral tension and violence, as well their negative impact on peace, security, and stability in Africa. PSC press statement of the 344 meeting held on 27th November 2012, which stressed the need to give full effect to the provision of the PSC protocol relating to the relationship with PAP in order to enhance the effectiveness of the efforts being made towards the promotion of lasting peace, security, development, and integration on the continent. PSC communique of the 1160 PSC meeting held on 30th June 2023, which decided to institutionalize and regularize the annual consultative meeting on peace, security in Africa to be hosted alternately in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and Midrand, Joburg, South Africa. The agenda comprised the following sessions: contextualizing the state of governance, peace, security in Africa, the Commission for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye made a comprehensive briefing on the state of peace and security in Africa. Emphasis was made on the effect of geopolitical shifts in Africa and the critical need of addressing multifaceted security challenges on the continent, as well as efforts deployed by the AU. It was acknowledged that there is need for collective action in preventing conflict, managing and mobilizing resources, and called for concerted and intensified efforts for the PSC and PAP towards the peace, security across Africa. During the discussion, the PSC members and PAP members welcomed the efforts and peace initiative deployed by the AU and its member state in the search of sustainable peace, security, development in the continent. Expressed the concern despite the efforts deployed by the AU organs such as the PSC in addressing peace and security challenges in Africa. The situation continued to deteriorate in this regard. They stressed the importance of coordination of PSC and PAP efforts in complementing each other in addressing governance, peace, security, and challenges. Underscored the imperative to strengthen and make full use of Africa institutions to address the peace, security, and challenges in the continent. Urged the need for implementation of decisions adopted by the AU policy organs, including by the PSC. Highlighted the growing disillusionment among African youth, marked by unemployment, social exclusion, and political apathy. To this end, they underlined the need for more inclusion of youth and women in all efforts aimed at addressing the conflicts on the continent and in Africa development agenda. Also underlined the imperative to enhance synergies between PAP and PSC, including through joint action to amplify democratic norms, to develop mechanisms to strengthen governance in the continent. PAP to enhance linkages with the national constituencies in support of the promotion of peace and security in Africa. Expressed concern over the widening spread of the scourge of terrorism in the continent, and underlined that one of the key areas to address regarding terrorism in Africa is the need to strengthen regional cooperation and information sharing, as well as enhanced collaboration between African institutions and improved coordination among various regional frameworks. It was further agreed that tackling the socio-economic factors such as poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunities, particularly to young people, could contribute to fighting terrorism. Underscored that border cooperation is crucial in the fight against the proliferation of illicit small arms and light weapons, which contribute to terrorism. In this respect, emphasized the need for member states to work together in order to enhance border security, improve arms control measures, and disrupt the flow of illicit weapons, thus mitigating the threat posed by terrorism and violent extremism and transnational organized crime. Highlighted the urgent need to address unconstitutional changes of government in Africa, its root causes, recognizing that such instability hinders the continent's progress and development. In this regard, there is need for a multifaceted approach focused on strengthening democratic institutions, promoting good governance, and fostering inclusive development. Emphasized the use of early warning system and increased awareness visits to conflict-prone areas. They called for adherence to constitutionalism, which can serve as a safeguard mechanism for abuse of power, guarantee separation of powers and the rule of law, underline the need for PAP and PSC to work collaboratively to promote and safeguard constitutionalism. Underscored the need to adopt a model law on AU Agenda 2063. In this regard, AU member states were encouraged to integrate the agenda into their national policy framework and programs. This involves aligning national development plans with the continent framework and ensuring the agenda goals and priorities are reflected in national policies and legislation. Expressed concern over and condemned external interference in the internal affairs of AU member states, which affects peace process, in particular in countries experiencing conflict in Africa. Underscored the need to embrace African solutions to Africa problems, emphasizing the AU and its member states should always play a leading role in addressing the continent's challenges. This approach promotes ownership and the utilization of African resources and expertise, as well as generating homegrown and African-owned solutions. Underscore the need to address all the conflicts in the continent, including by the implementation of Declaration of Johannesburg of silencing the guns in Africa, and take into consideration the humanitarian situation of the people facing the conflict in the country. Called for advocacy for the increased AU member state voluntary contribution to the Peace Fund, thereby advancing African ownership and self-reliance in peace, security, financing, and gradually reducing dependency on the external donors. Expressed concerns over the financial constraints which hinder the implementation of PAP's activity, in particular on peace, security, and encourage support for resource mobilization to support the mandate of PAP. Acknowledge the inextricable link between peace, security, development in this regard. They underscore the need for the PAP to champion the establishment of socio-economic programs aimed at economically empowering people, especially women, youth, children, and special interest groups on the continent, including post-conflict reconstruction and development programs. Underlined the fact that international dynamics should bring African Union member states together with the PSC and to strengthen their unity and combine their effort to face external interference and preserve the integrity of AU and its member states. And underlined the need for better national resources governance, given its direct linkages to peace, security, stability, and development. To this end, called for mineral and natural resources value addition before export so as to power the growth, development of the continent, and provide opportunity for the young men and women in Africa. Inclusive political participation and democratic representation in Africa. This session acknowledged that whereas inclusive political participation and democratic representation in Africa is making progress, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. It is stressed that where there has been a push for greater inclusion of women, youth, and special interest groups, significant barriers still remained in the form of systematic inequality, negative perceptions, unlimited access to political participation and democratic representation. The meeting observed and recommended the following. Recognize that inclusive political participation in Africa, particularly through elections, has been progress, especially for women, youth, but faces persistent challenges that require strengthening of institutions and enhanced opportunity for political participation, particularly for youth, women, and special interest groups, in particular people with disability. PAP to institutionalize public hearings and consultative forums with grassroots actors and civil society organizations to ensure bottom-up inputs and integrated into continental peace security decision-making, highlighted that the democratic system in Africa is facing challenges and needs to improve to ensure its continued functionality and effectiveness, and in this regard, there is need to strengthen the democratic system by embracing and fostering greater public participation, accountability, transparency, adherence to democratic principles, including rule of law and freedom of speech. Underscored that combating political violence and fostering tolerance in Africa requires a multifaceted approach which includes promoting good governance, addressing the root cause of conflict such as inequality and exclusion, strengthening democratic institutions, and encouraging dialogue and conciliation. In this respect, underline the imperative to empower civil society, promote education, and foster a culture for tolerance and respect for diversity. They emphasized the fact that culture plays a crucial role in promoting peace and security by fostering unity, social cohesion, and sustainable development, making it essential to respect diverse cultures and empower African community to leverage their cultural heritage for positive change. As such, underlined the need to respect and promote African culture and emphasize the importance of recognizing and valuing the continent's diverse tradition and heritage. Enhancing PSC and PAP institutional mechanism for collaboration. The session recorded that PSC and PAP were established by the AU Constitutive Act and the desire to bring development and prosperity of African people. The session also underlined the imperative for structured and regularized engagement between the two organs, including through establishment of clear thematic areas of focus and fostering communication and collaboration through various mechanisms. For this session, the following observation and recommendation were highlighted. 1. Underlined the need for regular engagement between the PSC, PAP, through, among other, PSC chairperson participating in PAP sessions, and the PSC Troika PAP Bureau engagements. 2. Continuation of a more structured participation of PAP members on AU election observation missions, early warnings assessments, post-conflict peace missions, legislative harmonization process ensuring consistency in AU peace and security operation. Reiterated the need to institutionalize the annual engagement between the AU, peace, and PAP through the holding of annual consultative meeting between the two organs to be held in alternation in South Africa and in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Recognize the use of PAP's contribution to AU early warnings mechanism, particularly to its connection with grassroots community and its engagement with African people at the local level. Recognize the role of the PAP in advocacy for the ratification and domestication, peace and security instruments and treaties. Underlined the necessity for PAP to engage in parliament diplomacy, especially in countries in transition. Underlined the need for experience sharing and lessons learned between the two organs on issues related to peace, security, and governance. Called for capacity building in areas such as mediation and preventive diplomacy for PAP. Requested the PAP and PSC secretariats to develop a draft roadmap on structured collaboration between the two organs, identify concrete areas of collaboration and monitoring the progress. encourage the establishment of a plan of action and financing plan for peace, security activities involving the two organs. Also, underline the need for PSC and PAP to undertake joint activities such as election monitoring, field missions, fact-finding missions, and preventive diplomacy. Recognize the need to strengthen the capacity of PAP Bureau to closely engage more with the PSC. Propose joint press statements, co-authored reports, and enhanced digital information exchange platform. On biannual basis, agreed that a representative of PAP briefs PSC members on the activities carried out by PAP related to the promotion of peace, security, and good governance. Parliamentary voice in support of AU position to reform global governance. The session highlighted the imperative of action strong voice for reform of global governance to better represent Africa's interest in this respect, and underscored the need for parliamentary voice in support of AU position on reforming global governance and institution, given its importance in amplifying the continent's voice in international affairs and ensuring greater representation and equity in global decision-making bodies. The session further underlined that AU efforts are driven by the need to address historical imbalances and ensure that Africa's voice is heard on issues critical to its development and future embraced in Agenda 2063. In this session, the meeting observed that recommended the following: expressed concern over the continued marginalization of Africa in the global governance and institution, underlined the imperative for PAP and PSC to actively advocate for reform of global institutions to better represent Africa's interests and ensure more equitable global governance. Identified the PAP as critical institution actor capable of galvanizing continental momentum and serving as a strategic vehicle to articulate, advocate for Africa's common position. Called upon PAP to join the PSC to advocate for the reform of global institutions, including by advocating for the AU common position on Africa representation in bodies such as UN Security Council in line with the Azurin Consensus, 30 declarations, which seeks the allocation of at least 2 seats in the permanent category, with all its prerogatives and privileges, including the right of veto and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent seat category of the Security Council to Africa. Also emphasized for PAP and PSC to continue enhancing AU's participation and engagement in the G20, as well advocating for reform in the global financing architecture based on Africa common positions. Emphasize the imperative for PAP voice in advocating for variable credit rating, a comprehensive debt relieving, including debt restructuring, and counseling for African countries facing severe debt distress. Stressed the need for stronger Africa voice for a rule-based, transparent, and non-discriminatory, over-inclusive multilateral trading system under the WTO. Emphasized the imperative to strengthen Africa engagement in the ongoing reform of global tax system with a view to reducing Africa's vulnerability to base erosion and profit shifting by multinational corporation. Called for climate justice and equitable burden sharing in climate action, emphasizing that countries with historical responsibility for greenhouse gas emission should lead in mitigation efforts and provide financial and technological support to developing nations. In this respect, called upon PAP to join the PSC and other AU organs in advocating for global financial architecture rooted in justice and historical responsibility, particularly highlighting the disproportionate burdens faced by African nations due to climate change. Involve PAP going forward in comprehensive review engagement for strengthening commitments to the Africa peace security architecture and the African governance architecture, whose comprehensive review process is underway upon instruction by the heads of state at the February 2025 summit, with the aim of aligning and streamlining all related frameworks and underscored the need for reparations for the historical injustice that Africans, people of African descent, and their descendants endured during the era of colonialism and slavery in line with the African Union. Theme of the year for 2025 entitled Justice for Africans and People of African Descent Through Reparation. Consideration and adoption of the joint conclusion. The session adopted the joint conclusion of the meeting outlining priority areas of collaboration, from which a roadmap and a work plan for collaboration will be developed. The conclusions will be adopted by PSC at its session and at a later date in form of communique and the PAP at its 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament as recommendation and resolution. The meeting requested the PAP members to present this conclusion to their respective national and regional parliament, as well as sharing with all other relevant stakeholders. Conclusion. The joint consultative meeting was concluded following the closing remarks of the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the Chairperson of the Peace and Security Council, as well as the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. The participants commended the PSC Secretariat and PAP Secretariat for the collective and successive organization of the joint consultative meeting, looked forward to the 2026 joint consultative meeting to be held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, at a date to be jointly agreed. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Vice President. My name is Lahab Mukami Washira, Member of Parliament from Kenya. Thank you.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقرة على حسن قراءة التقرير.
Thank you, Honorable MP, for the presentation of that report. I think it needs another round of applause from us. This collaboration area between the organs of, or among the organs of the African Union is quite a good thing, and we need to continue fostering it, especially as regards peace and security in Africa. We shouldn't Africa can't grow without peace, security, and good governance. So we all need to continue working hard in this light and support this sector, and God willing, our continent will develop. Now I have a list of members of parliament who requested for the floor. So I'd like to open the floor now for, and I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Jennifer from Rwanda. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. Jennifer from Rwanda.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. All protocols observed. I would like to appreciate the work that was done in 2 days, the joint consultative meeting between PAP and AU, Peace and Security Council, and I appreciate the work that was done. On the other hand, I wanted to appreciate the work of AU organs and mechanisms that was put in conflict resolution, especially regarding our region. And I reiterated the position of our country, Rwanda, where we welcome the signing in Doha, Qatar, of the Declaration of Principles for Peace Agreement between the government of DR Congo and Congo River Alliance, M23, in support to comprehensive peace agreement. We appreciate the crucial mediation role of the State of Qatar in support of United States. But this was building on the efforts of the African Union, as well as the joint EAC SADC initiative. I must emphasize that Rwanda remains committed to contribute to sustainable peace and economic development in the Greater Lakes region, as well as Africa. I submit. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
شكرا سيد النائب. La parole.
Thank you.
Donc il n'est pas là.
Now I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Senator Alphonse Gali from Gali Kazanji from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm surprised. I'm so sorry for pronouncing your name incorrectly if I did so. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, honorable members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, I'm taking the floor with regard to the joint consultative meeting between the Peace and Security Council of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament. And to set the record straight, earlier my colleague from Rwanda, my friend, talked about the agreement that was signed between the DRC and Rwanda. It is something that we are delighted about, and so we are waiting the implementation of this agreement, because so many agreements have been signed and concluded, but they've always degenerated. But one thing is of concern to me about this one. Are we proud? Are we, the African Union, Pan-African Parliament, are we proud of the fact that the agreements were signed in countries that we are seeking reparations from? Because we are seeking reparations from harm caused during colonization, but we ourselves are unable to settle our issues. The various processes initiated by the African Union, be it in Nairobi, in Rwanda, we have not been able to, they haven't led to a peace agreement. And today, what we're witnessing is that the agreement between the two countries was signed in the United States. Outside the African Union, in this hall, we voted a motion for support against aggression against Palestine. We voted a solidarity motion, but as far as the DRC is concerned, the item that was on the agenda was completely ignored here. Since there was a meeting here held here and recommendations were made, and there were no alternatives as what to do if this or that wasn't done. We just hold one meeting after another, and there is no progress, and we'll go on to 2063 with conflicts and so forth. So I like to say that as long as the Parliament does not live up to its own responsibilities, the Pan-African Parliament will never be respected. If we cannot point a finger to the aggressor and we are hypocritical, how will PAB be respected? What will Africa be proud about since the DRC and Rwanda go and sign a peace agreement outside the continent, in the United States, in countries where we're seeking reparations for harm caused during colonization? Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Honorable MP. Now I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Amina from Chad. Honorable Amina, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Good morning, dear colleagues. My colleague who spoke earlier took the words right out of my mouth. As a member of the Pan-African Parliament, and every time I say this, what is more urgent for us is conflict resolution and peace and security reign in Africa. We always mention Agenda 2063 and claim that we want to build the Africa that we want, but this cannot be attained with war. Dear colleagues, you agree with me. What is more urgent than to silence our weapons or guns in Africa? Can Africa develop with war? This is impossible. Look at Sudan now. It is getting worse. Things are getting worse. It is a shame to us African people to abandon our African brothers to kill themselves each day. And we are here discussing, whereas they are killing each other. Like the colleague from the DRC and the Rwanda, how many times have we discussed here? No solution was reached. The tension between Morocco and Algeria over Sahrawi has remained a dead letter. What are we doing? We finish each term without achieving anything, even if it's just one concrete action that we achieve to silence guns in Africa. Even if it's the most critical case, DRC, Sudan, or Libya, just one solution per year will give us some honor, and people will listen to us. Well, whenever we come here, we make beautiful speeches, and African people are dying. I'm so sorry, but every time we discuss, we have the Peace and Security Council, we have the Pan-African Parliament. It is not time for us to make speeches. It is time to match rhetoric with deed. Like we said, we were talking about Agenda 2063. What are we going to do with that? The people are dying every day, and we're talking about development. What development? This is impossible. Thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable MP. If we look at what you have just said, it came straight from your heart. But for anything to start, we have to come together and discuss so that we can analyze the situation very well and take good decisions. I'd like to give the floor now to Honorable Hussein Mohammed Ali from Djibouti.
Merci.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Madam President. My name is Honorable Hussein Mohammed Ali from Djibouti, and I'm also a member of the Cooperation and Conflict Resolution Committee. Madam President, I would first of all, I didn't have the opportunity to take part in the consultative meeting on the 17th and 18th July. And I'd like to laud this aspect that there is some collaboration between peace and security and PAB, especially our committee. We are really delighted about this collaboration. Like you are well aware, Madam President, our committee is very rich in terms of skills and human resources. We have former ministers, former ambassadors, former senior officials, former university professors. They all make up our committee, and we can provide an added value with the Commission to tackle some issues of insecurity and lack of peace on the continent. In that report, there are two points that stand out. And these are the root causes of our insecurity and instability in our countries. And we don't have we have to say things as they are. There are interference from foreign countries, especially from Gulf countries, which are very developed countries, and they should actually provide development aid. But what they do is promote instability and war and cause death in the continent. Some Gulf countries promote instability and insecurity. For example, in Sudan and Somalia, Madam President. We know that Somalia has been facing civil war for 40 years, and some Gulf countries are looting their resources. They are promoting instability in order to plunder their resources, in order to import natural resources from Somalia. We received information recently that some Gulf countries are actually sponsored Colombian mercenaries. We received information that these mercenaries occupy African countries in order to wage civil war and cause death. But until today, we are still unable to say and face the truth, to speak and face the truth. Secondly, Madam President, there is this war that led to about 20 deaths and so many people injured. Who is responsible? And among those who were dead are mostly youth from between 15 to 25 hours. They transport young people in training centers to conduct wage war in other continents. Young Africans who are unemployed, they propose money to them, $500 to $600, to become mercenaries and export them to other continents to wage war. And we are powerless and silent over this. Nobody is mentioning this. Nobody is raising this. Nobody is condemning this. As a member of parliament, I'd like to add, Madam President, that and ask that what is the economic and social consequences for these Gulf countries that are plundering our natural resources, like Sudan and Somalia, where a military presence can. What measures can we propose to mitigate this negative influence and promote cooperation that respects our sovereignty and the interests of African countries? Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, l'honorable.
Honorable Member of Parliament, I'd like to give the floor to Honorable MP Esther Mutoni Pasari.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for giving me this opportunity. I rise today with deep appreciation for the work done during these 2 days of our joint consultative meeting between the Peace and Security Council and the Pan-African Parliament. The gathering has reaffirmed our shared commitment to shaping the Africa we want, an Africa anchored in peace, security, good governance, and sustainable development. First, I wish to call upon the member states to adopt and integrate the outcomes of this meeting into their national policy frameworks and programs. Our continent's agenda must not remain on paper. It must be translated into national action that are inclusive and transformative. By aligning our development plans with the AU priorities, we can ensure that every African nation contributes to and benefits from a collective vision for peace, prosperity, and self-reliance. Second, we must confront the growing threats of external interference in the internal affairs of AU member states. Africa's conflicts and peace processes cannot be dictated from outside. I therefore emphasize the principle, African solutions to African problems. We must continue to draw from our own resources, our own expertise, our own history, to craft homegrown solutions. This approach strengthens our sovereignty and promotes ownership of our destiny. Third, we cannot ignore the global injustices that continue to disadvantage our continent. Africa remains vulnerable to base erosion and profit shifting by multinational corporations, eroding the revenues we need to finance peace, security, and development. At the same time, climate change, driven by historical polluters, is devastating our communities. I call for climate justice and equitable burden sharing in global climate action. Those with historical responsibilities must lead in mitigation efforts while providing financial, technological support to African nations. In this regard, I join the call for Pan-African Parliament to work with the PSC and other AU organs to advocate for global financial architecture rooted in justice, historical responsibility. This includes advancing Africa's united voice on loss and damage, financing fair trade and equitable energy transition. Fourth, as we mark the 2025 AU theme Justice for Africa and People of African Descent through reparation, we must confront the historical injustices of slavery and colonialism. Reparations are not just about financial compensation. They are restoring dignity, addressing structural inequalities, and ensuring that the scars of history do not define our future. We must continue to strengthen the Africa Peace and Security Architecture, APSA, and Africa Governance Architecture, AGA, as directed by the heads of state in February 2025. This review process is critical to aligning our institutions for greater impact in peace, conflict prevention, and governance. Finally, I underline the nexus between peace, security, and development. We must empower our people, particularly youth, women, and vulnerable groups, with socio-economic programs, skills, and opportunities that can prevent the seeds of conflict. Our natural resources must be managed transparently, with value additions before export, so that Africa's wealth creates jobs and fuels sustainable growth. As we conclude this session, I support the adoption of the joint conclusion and roadmap. I urge all members to take these outcomes back to their national and regional parliaments for implementation. Excellencies, honorable members, this meeting has shown us that we can achieve when we act in unison. Let us carry forward this momentum as we prepare for 2026 consultative meeting in Addis Ababa. Together we can deliver an Africa that is secure, united, prosperous, and that speaks with one voice. African solutions for Africa is what we should all strive to achieve. Thank you.
Shukran, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Esther. I will give the floor to Honorable Roger Kododan.
Madame la Présidente, merci de me donner la parole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to commend the committee for the beautiful work done. And like I said, I am one of the last advisors left, and I'm going to keep pouring out words of advice. Chairperson, dear colleagues, who is responsible for the plight of Africa today? Yesterday, we pointed an accusing finger at colonizers. We were all in agreement that colonization, slavery, etc., are the guilty parties. But, dear colleagues, remember, Haiti is the first independent state since 1804. What is Haiti's fate today? Nothing works well in that country. African independence occurred in the 60s. We had the Organization of African Unity, OAU. The Organization of African Unity was honored to grant independence to all countries and to put an end to domestic conflicts on the continent. Now the AU came into existence with an architectural layout that we commended with euphoria. This institutional architecture had, on the one hand, the executive side and the legal side and parliamentarians who were expected to engage in the oversight of government action. Unfortunately, dear colleagues, I would like to announce to you that since the inception of this parliament, its own mission of election observation was instituted, but reports from election observation were quite in discrepancy with ODA reports. So 3 countries had executive reports which were not consistent with the reports from our own observers. How can the executive side be charged with election observation, whereas Parliament cannot accomplish this mission with success? We closed that side of our work. The Pan-African Parliament had prevention missions, conflict prevention missions. We had information missions going to countries to preempt the outbreak of conflict, trying to even mediate in conflicts. In 2012, when we had the military coup in Mali, the Pan-African Parliament was the only organization. When Mali rejected the African Union, the Pan-African Parliament was the first international organization that was admitted in Mali. And we attempted to bring reason between the 2 factions. And Captain Sanogo back in the day was the only person who was asked to leave. But PAP back in the day tried its best. In Niger too, today, when you look at the architecture of our continent, you would see a situation in Africa where we have problems of governance within electoral periods. Second concern, terrorism has added to the litany of concerns, and we have a cross-border conflicts which have now taken 3rd rank. My colleagues have expounded on this point. Chairperson, I would like us to brainstorm on something. How can we condemn somebody and today we go back to the same person, presenting our problems to him? How can we take our concerns to our colonial masters, asking them to solve our problems for us? Are we not selling ourselves cheap, opening up the doors for a recolonization? My colleague from Djibouti said all these things. When these people come to our countries to serve us and help us solve our problems, they are not doing these things for free. They come here as mediators, but they go back with something more, and we end up being more dependent on these people than we were before. So, Chairperson, what I'm saying is, you see the founding fathers of the OAU, Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, Assantu, all these people are living uneasy in their tombs today. When they hear that African countries today have actually been kicked out of the African Union, you see Niger, you see Mali, you see Burkina Faso, whereas the founding fathers, Modibo Keita, he would be sitting very sad in his grave asking what is happening in Africa. Kwame Nkrumah is asking himself the same questions in his grave. We are unable to consolidate peace in Africa, and we go there asking people to come and help us solve our problems. You cannot eat your cake and have it. We need to make sure that the Pan-African Parliament is empowered. Members of the Pan-African Parliament should be given the authorization to engage in mediation and negotiations between peoples. I would like to end my statement by raising an issue which has become bothersome to us. In 2014 in Malabo, I was honored to present the amended protocol of the PAP, which was eventually christened the Malabo Convention. We have some countries, some regions which have refused blatantly to ratify the Malabo Protocol. And you see, it is because from the very get-go, these countries had announced it in bold terms that they would never ratify the Malabo Protocol. You see us, PAP today is in a very uncomfortable situation, whereas we are supposed to be the representatives of the voiceless people of Africa. I would like to encourage our colleagues, like I did earlier on, to say, I reached out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asking him, why are people refusing to ratify the Malabo Protocol 4 years later? And before the assembly, the minister was compelled to take a commitment to say Cameroon is going to ratify this protocol, and Cameroon did. Mali was the first country to ratify the Malabo Protocol. In their convention, in their constitution, it is mentioned there that any international commitment should have pride of place in the national law. Look at us today. All election observations, mediation exercises, peacekeeping missions from our institution. Today we have lost all those powers. And you look at the Peace and Security Council. We set up an architecture for governance. PAP was there managing most of those areas. Now those powers have equally been lost. When you say something which does not suit the interest of some people, we lose everything. You cannot step outside of the assignment that has been given you and expect to do anything successful. Let us not bury our heads in the sand. We condemn people and we go back to the same people seeking solutions from them. These people would accept to help you, but they would know that you are so immature. They would say, we need you, and colonization would only get worse. These are my words. Let us seek homemade solutions, and let us solve African problems with African solutions. Let us try to ensure that our governance stands out across the world. And we begin with the African continent. The African youth represents 70% of our population. If we leave these young people continue to die in the Mediterranean Sea, our continent would have failed woefully, and it would be the failure of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
L'Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable President from Cameroon, you have done well in your statement. You have made a very rich submission this afternoon. Thank you, sir.
Now I give the floor to Honorable Hanan from Morocco. The floor is yours. She's not here. All right.
We now give the floor to Honorable Safiat Altmin from Djibouti.
Yeah, Lamin from Djibouti. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to salute all my colleagues present here this morning, as well as yourself, Madam. I would like to say a few things. On the basis of the report that was forwarded to us, in paragraph 5 of this report, page 3, it is mentioned when we talk about issues on youth, We spoke about the youth, saying there is unemployment and social exclusion and lack of interest in political affairs. And there is something which seems to be absent. As a parliamentarian, I would like to say this is something which I would like to mention: drug abuse in the youthful population. This issue does not appear in this report, and I do not know why it was left out, but I believe it's a crucial issue for us because the security of our families actually is threatened by this scourge. You know, young people who are drug addicts kill their parents and families, and this is an impediment to peace in the family and in a country. So I would like in this report to have issues of drug abuse in young people feature in this paragraph on young people, and attendant recommendations should be made. I have a second point on issues of peace and security on our continent. I was blessed to meet a Sudanese delegation in Djibouti because at that time, Djibouti hosted some delegates, and these Senegalese people asked us to help them. They accused the Gulf countries for destroying the mindsets in their countries, and that these countries are actually doing away with resources of certain countries. In Djibouti, we also face challenges with some of these Gulf countries. They are trying to stifle us. They want to take our resources. And you see that we are a small country with just 1 million inhabitants. So we noticed that we were able to fight back. We have a country who is really very sturdy. So, Chairperson, I would like to ask the Peace and Security Committee of the African Union to tell us why some heads of state in the African continent do not want to form a league and point an accusing finger against these people who destroy our continent. Why do they want to league with those people to destroy the continent? Why are some countries silent in the face of Gulf invasion? I am sorry, the African Union still has a lot to do, and we need to work very hard if we need to accomplish anything as far as peace and security is concerned on our continent. We need to speak as one man, one Africa, but unfortunately, we have not reached such a stage. So I would like us to really brainstorm on this issue abundantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. And now I give the floor to Honourable Fatah Boutlik, Algeria. The floor is yours. Fatah Boutlik. Sorry for the mispronunciation. Fatah Boutlik. The floor is yours. In the name of Allah, peace be upon Muhammad. Greetings to you all, my colleagues, members of the Parliament, and to you, esteemed Vice President. Of course, we are talking about peace and security. Status of peace and security is one of the most important issues that directly affects development and stability. Despite of the strenuous efforts exerted by the African Union and its organs, especially Peace and Security Council and the Parliament, as well as all other human rights organs, we still face a lot of challenges, multidimensional challenges. Yet, despite all those challenges, there is hope. In order not to be in order not to be pessimistic, we have countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, Rwanda. They are recovering now. So when we are speaking about peace and security, especially in this report, here, that included lots of ideas, lots of recommendations in relation to cooperation between the African Union through the Peace and Security Council and PAP. That is the political tool for discussion, raising awareness amongst leaders and all stakeholders concerned. Here, in this hall, we have leaders, we have experts, we have people who have really good expertise in peace and security issues, and also who are very experienced in those issues of conflicts and how to prevent conflicts. There are conflicts, there are military coups, there is terrorism, transnational terrorism in Sahel. There's a big threat to peace and security. Here we have Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, the escalation of terrorism groups, violent extremism, military coup that weakened political regimes despite of having military or joint military missions. Sudan, this bloody conflict, the displacement of millions of people, the Horn of Africa still so fragile, ongoing threats. DRC, continuation of armed groups, international and also external interferences. This is all diagnosis. These are all the reasons, reasons of escalation of the situation in the continent without no solution. These are all results of foreign interference. So in Algeria, we took decisions to defend the African continent. First, respect of sovereignty of countries through non-interference in our affairs and not to make use of our countries with all those false speeches and false discourse in order not to be a place or a safe haven for terrorists. And microphone. So we have taken those procedures, we have taken such decisions in order to prevent our countries and, of course, Algeria from those international or foreign interference. And Madam Amina from Chad, we are telling her, we don't have any conflict with you, not at all. We are in fact fighting to apply procedures and principles concerned. We are here members in PAP, and we are members of the African Union, so of course we don't have any conflict with you. We cannot be in conflict at all. We are trying to resolve all issues in order to achieve development in Africa within the framework of cooperation amongst all countries. And if the Sahrawi people want to have a self-determination, of course, it's all right. And Algeria is not in conflict with anyone at all. We are always looking we are always working on securing our sovereignty, and so for the rest of our countries in the African Union, in order to avoid any foreign interference. Yet, there are other challenges that are related to peace and security. First, the fragility of institutions, weakness of states, conflicts, foreign interference, the spread of medium and light weapons, unemployment, poverty, as we mentioned before. And also we can here speak about having a voice of Africa in the international financial institutions. Here we have we have conflict in the European Union as Algeria, because the European Union side wants to have a fragile contract with Algeria in this trade negotiation issues. So this wouldn't, we are trying to fight against. We have to fight against this. We have also poverty, as I said. We have also deterioration of economy, climate change, and we spoke about this in previous sessions. Also, water scarcity. Yet, despite all this, we can say there are efforts from the African Union. There are missions for peacekeeping, but those missions have to provide the reports, in order to facilitate taking the correct decisions. So the Peace and Security Council here has a role to do with the Parliament. There are also some other procedures taken by the African Union. For example, silencing the guns 2030, Agenda 2030. But where is it? We have never heard about it after this period. Also, there are recommendations, including fighting against corruption, strengthening good governance, strengthening civil society organizations, empowering youth and women, as Madam Kodo, the Honorable Kodo said. Since we microphone for the speaker. So to engage youth, they represent 70% of the population. They have to be empowered, they have to be engaged in political life. This is a part of the solutions that we have to provide, and also to engage with the regional organizations. We have also to give priority to education, health, sustainable development as a long-term solution. And lastly, we have to work through a very strong political will in order to prevent or to end all conflicts. Peace and security can never be attained without a strong political will, a real political will that will guarantee a regional cooperation, a strong regional cooperation, and especially to invest in human beings. And also through the implementation of Johannesburg Declaration for silencing the guns. With the council, please, you have to conclude, Honorable MP. You have to conclude. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable. Thanks a lot for this very good intervention. You have spoken about very good your ideas and proposals. Thanks a lot. Now I give the floor to Honorable Mohammed Sidris, Algeria. You have the floor. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Vice President. In fact, I didn't want to take the floor after my colleague spoke. He actually intervened and he gave us a very good and comprehensive intervention. And also after all my colleagues spoke, it was very valuable interventions indeed. But just to add to what has been mentioned by my colleague in relation to also what has been mentioned by my colleague Amina, Honorable Amina from Chad. Maybe you misused some words, maybe you did not mean what you have said, or maybe there's some ambiguity, maybe it's not clear. In any way, here as Algerian, and to add to what my colleague already said, I want just to clarify issues so that to clarify that there's no conflict between Algeria and Morocco. We don't actually have any conflict on a certain area. Algeria, as after its independence, the cause here, the cause that Algeria defends is to defend all liberation movement in the whole world. So we don't have any interest, for example, in Timor, which is in Asia, but just to support it in order to gain its independence. We have never had any conflict when we supported liberation movement in the south and southwest and east of Africa. It's the same thing here. It applies on the Sahrawi Republic. That it's now under the Moroccan occupation. The people there is subjected to injustice, killing. So Algeria actually took this historical and shouldered this historical responsibility in order to defend the people in the Sahrawi Republic as it defended other peoples, because it knows what colonization is, it knows what is unjust, it knows what is killing. We went through this for 32 years. We have millions of people have died. Millions of people in Algeria have died. So we know quite well what is colonization. We know quite well what is occupation. And so we will continue defending those two remaining causes, the Palestinian cause and the cause of the Republic, of the Sahrawi Republic. This is just to clarify things. Algeria wants to defend its principles. We have principles, the principle of sovereignty. We want all the African countries to gain or to protect its sovereignty. We are paying a lot. We in Algeria to defend this principle. We have a lot of conspiracies against Algeria everywhere there, and also Algeria defends its wealth and its resources. We know that the international organizations, they are making use of our resources. So peace and security is related to this principle of sovereignty. And so we are defending this. What is happening today, what is happening now, in fact, is to push us toward poverty. I mean, then to create social and economic crises, which in its turn will lead to political conflict as well in our countries. And so we are here saying that these are our principles that we are defending in Algeria in order to achieve peace and security in all countries. Here we established a developmental agency in Africa, 1 million $1 billion was allocated to development in Africa because we know that achieving stability will be through development. And we know also that stability in Algeria is stability in Africa and vice versa. Thank you so much.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر على التوضيح. الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر دكتور.
Now, Dr. Bajet Al-Imali, Honorable Dr. Bajet from Algeria. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Honorable members, peace be upon you. We do agree, Honorable Chair, that without peace on the continent, there will be no political or economic or diplomatic life in the continent. Africa today is supporting peace and development in the continent and the solution of conflicts through the the media and through the social media, but there are very weak resolutions to solve this. How can we speak about development in Africa when we see that Africa is going from crisis to another one every day? How can we have a blind eye on the situation of our brothers in Sudan, our brothers in Sahel, those in Western Sahara? We have to work together to solve those crises and stand again in front of the challenges that we have through the foreign intervention in Africa. We have to build the pillars, the real ones, for peace, and we have to engineer a peaceful plan that can protect Africa and its population and its resources and its youth from the Zionist intervention. They are fighting Africa using different proxies to do that. Honorable Chair, we have to be aware and protect our resources, and we have to protect our security, our borders. To conclude, Honorable Chair, since Algeria is one of the founding fathers of Africa, then Algeria will remain the defender of the Palestinian cause, and it will be defended by Algeria, whatever the situation is. Therefore, we call today to take over the blockade on the people of Gaza and to finish it. We know that people, innocent children, women, are being killed in Gaza and being forced to starve, to starvation and hunger with no apparent reason. Honorable Chair, to reply to my sister Amina, Honorable Amina from Chad, Algeria has no interest in the conflict in Western Sahara. Algeria is there. It's defending the principles, and the world knows the history of Algeria and its principles in defending the international legitimacy. Thank you very much, Honorable Doctor. Now the word is for Honorable Ayman bin Salah from Tunisia. You have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to all my colleagues, the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. Of the common results of the mutual meeting between the Peace and Security and the Pan-African Parliament, those consultative meetings, the results saying that the Pan-African Parliament is creating and defending political, economical programs that enforce the economical life. I have been working in the economics for a long time, and I do understand that the economics and economical stability helps in the development. If we don't have economic stability, we cannot push and we cannot go forward. And we as members, we cannot help our societies and our countries. We have to focus on this point. We have to empower youth. Once we do that, we can give them confidence in themselves, and then they become leaders in their own countries. We have to empower women economically as well in their countries. When we do that as well, we will enable women to be away and safe from human trafficking and the rest. And she will, because we know that those who are pushing into sex slavery and trafficking, they will convince women that immigration is the solution. But in fact, it's not the solution, it's the problem. Due to this issue, we do lose a lot of families today, and we lose as well Africans while they are immigrating on the from Africa to Europe. They die overseas. So the empowerment of the population is the factor that can help our countries and strengthen the relationship between our peoples in the continent. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable member. In addition as well to the empowerment of women and youth, I do believe that we have to include them as a way of finding the solution and settlements of the conflict, because we know that children and women are the category that's most affected by wars everywhere. Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Honorable Awatif Shaniti from Tunisia. You have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair. A morning salute to all the members of the Pan-African Parliament. Today, the subject of this session is about security. I would like to say that there will be a stability or a dignified life or peace without peace. Europeans and some of the Western powers are trying to shake the continent in order so they would be able to take the resources of the continent. Therefore, we have to, as African members, we have to set laws and decisions to prevent the rest from intervening in Africa and take its resources. We have to find a way that we can work together as members in order to protect our continent from those who are outside and who want to steal the resources of the continent. In Tunisia, we have a good example. In the last decade, the terrorist organization has found a place to strive, but thanks to the ability of the authority, those operations were killed were finished at the start. Therefore, we have to work to find a peace, security solution to the continent and finish all the conflicts and work together in order to reach that developed Africa we wish. We can work together to reach that secure Africa, which will be full of resolutions and legislations that can help the continent and help the population in their native countries. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable MP Victoria from Malawi has the floor now. Honorable Victoria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I think a lot has been said. I don't want to repeat. My point was in action. I think it's high time Pan-African Parliament and the AU, we do under confirmation action. We've been speaking, deliberating a lot, but I would like, Madam President, at the end of this session, what is the action we are going to take as members of an African Parliament and the African Union? But all in all, on a lighter moment, Madam President, allow me to congratulate our media team in the House. They're doing a great job. if you can see our Facebook page, the way they're reporting the business, our session, they deserve a pat on their back. Whosoever is heading the media team, allow me to congratulate you, because we are able to follow, Africa is able to follow our deliberation through our page. So keep it up. All in all, it's time for us to take action. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable MP. The last speaker is Honorable Kochani Nikes Fagnon. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate the Bureau of the Parliament that succeeded in renewing the collaboration with the Peace and Security Council and support to the peace and political affairs. We are going to talk about a new beginning, because it's been about a decade now that there has been any collaboration. Madam President, faced with this quagmire that we find ourselves without having any real legislative power, I would like to strongly recommend that this institutional approach that enables help to build a new bedrock between the PSC and the PAP should be emulated by other African Union organs. Madam President, I'd like to draw the attention of the Pan-African Parliament on its responsibilities on how to contribute to strengthen the collaboration mechanisms. Madam President, we said that we should drop a roadmap. We talked about action plans. We also talked about the funding plans. We said that our parliament should be able to produce a report every quarter. I'd like to draw the attention of the Bureau, the Secretariat, and the ideal committees, and on the fact that these various entities of the Pan-African Parliament have to adopt and own an internal plans. Madam President, as far as the African Union governance reform is concerned, I also like to draw the attention to the fact that so many people are developing Afro-pessimism with regard to financial compensation that was raised on reparatory justice for Africans and for people of African descent. We shouldn't actually develop Afro-pessimism. Why? Because we talked about climate justice. The polluters themselves have mentioned themselves in COP 2025 that held in France, that they undertook to support developing countries, including African countries, disbursing $100 billion per year from 2020. So it is our duty to speak with one voice so that we can follow up on this. To wrap up, Madam President, the issue of debt, I don't have much to say, and the issue on democratic dividends, because if we don't take care of the youth, then we are doomed. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Honorable MP. I was going to say that we are done with the speakers, but we have Honorable MP. You still have one Honorable MP who would like to come in.
Shukran, Honorable Chair. I think today the talk is about peace and security in Africa. This cannot be separated from the conflicts in some of the other countries. This was said in the report, and this cannot be separated from the efforts that being done by the African Union and its partners for the peace and security in the continent. So, Honorable Chair, I do agree, add my voice to my colleagues from Tunisia that peace and development is related to a very strong economy in Africa, which will slow down or eliminate the unemployment and the marginalization of women and youth and the fabricated as well that are done by fictitious organizations or entities. I would like to say, Honorable Chair, that we need today initiatives taken by countries as for the one that was done by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God make him victorious, which is the initiative of the Atlantic and the initiative of the African gas pipe that goes from Nigeria to Morocco. So, honorable members, we know that the stability in Africa and security cannot be reached without initiatives like this. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable member, for this intervention. Now I will invite
Mukani Washira pour donner quelques
to shed light from Kenya. Honorable from Kenya, please, can you provide further clarifications?
Je pense que l'honorable député.
I think the honorable MP from Kenya is not among us.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We've noted down your concerns and your observations, and I'm sure in our next meeting we are going to address all what you've raised here. Thank you very much.
Merci, l'honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Rahab, for that intervention. I think that we now have to, after the debate, all the MPs have discussed and given their opinions, so we have to adopt the report presented by the Honorable MP. Who moves for adoption? Well, it is adopted. So the report has been adopted, and now I'll
nous invitons Monsieur.
I'd like to invite Mr. Germain Chinou to join us in the chamber. Mr. Germain Chinou, please.
Faudra l'accueillir avec sa femme.
Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Merci, vous êtes les bienvenus.
You're welcome. Now I'd like to give the floor to the clerk to give us announce the continuation of the program. So according to the agenda, we have the presentation from the APRM on early warning and governance system.
Monsieur Germain, veuillez présenter.
Mr. Germain, you're welcome to make your presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for extending this invitation to the APRM Continental Secretariat to be here today to make a presentation on the synthesis report on early warning for conflict prevention on the African continent. My name is Jermaine Miteu-Chinu from the APRM Continental Secretariat, which is based here in Johannesburg, South Africa. And I'm going to be presenting this report on early warning, and I will start first of all on what is APRM for you to understand what APRM is all about. As you can see, so the APRM was launched on the 9th of March 2003 by the head of state of NEPAD, and they met in Abuja in Nigeria in 2003, and they came up with the APRM as an African-owned and African-led mechanism on that is going to be leading African countries on self-assessment and peer learning. So since 2017, the APRM and the Assembly of the African Union has expanded the mission of the APRM. One of them is to track the implementation and the monitoring of evaluation, and also to track the implementation of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. You can also see that the APRM has been developing the Africa Governance Report, which is actually a biannual report, which is launched each 2 years by the APRM. There is also another mandate that has been expanded by the APRM to support member states in the area of credit ratings. So my colleague will be coming to you, members of the, to actually make a presentation on the Africa credit ratings, and I think members of parliament, you will be aware of what is happening at APRM in terms of this African Credit Rating Agency. The next point in my presentation is on the APRM different thematic areas. Honorable members of parliament, it is important to highlight here that the APRM covers 6 thematic areas. The first one is the democracy and political governance, which is a thematic area which covers all issues related to political and democracy-related issues on the African continent. We also have another thematic area which is on economic governance and management, and this thematic area covers all issues related to how the economy of the African continent and the specific member states of the APRM are managing their respective economies, and how they are managing fiscality and all issues related to the economy of these countries. The third thematic area is on corporate governance. It's all about the private sector. How is private sector is performing on the African continent? How are they doing in terms of the business environment, whether they are doing well or they are not doing well? All those issues are covered under this thematic area. We also have a thematic area on socio-economic and development, which looks at different indicators on socio-economic development at the APRM and with APRM member states to see issues that have or issues that are related to inequality, poverty, issues that touch on women's rights, youth, and so on. We also have a thematic area on state resilience to shocks and disasters. And this thematic area is actually looking at how African countries can become resilient to various shocks and various external shocks as well, such as, shocks such as natural disasters that struck most of countries in Africa, and how can African countries deal with these issues that might arise. And the sixth thematic area, which is still very new, we have not actually done any review on this sixth thematic area, is on e-governance, and it was important that the issues related to artificial intelligence, e-governance, and all those issues are taken into account to make sure that we cover all issues that are very important to the African continent. Dear members of Pan-African Parliament, it is also important to highlight here that the APRM is led by principles. And the APRM principles are those that are linked to political commitment and national ownership. What does that mean? When we say at the APRM that we should stick to political commitment and national ownership, we mean that when a country adheres to the APRM, that country becomes politically committed to the APRM processes, and that country has to own the entire process of the APRM. It means that the APRM, as we said, it is an African-led, homegrown evaluation process, mechanism, that African head of state came together, decided that no, we cannot be reviewed by external members. We cannot be reviewed by, other organizations from outside the continent. We should have our own homegrown mechanism that should evaluate, assess the governance level on the African continent. And to do so, African countries, they came together. These ideas were not ideas that came from the West or outside of the continent, but they were ideas that were born within the African continent, where the president, the former president of Senegal, Abdoulaye Wade, the former president of Algeria, Bouteflika, His Excellency President Bouteflika, the former president of Nigeria, His Excellency Obasanjo, and the former president of South Africa, they came together to say, no, we should come up with our own African mechanism which is going to evaluate us. We look at ourselves in the mirror to see where we're doing well and where we're not doing well in order to improve the governance on our continent. So, and we have to own that process. So it is an African process that has to be owned by nationals of the African continent. The other principle of the APRM is on credibility. Actually, the APRM governance assessment has to meet certain requirements of technical expertise, and it has also to be credible and free from any political manipulation. Dear members of Pan-African Parliament, when we conduct our reviews to respective countries, and I would like to announce here that 44 member states of the African continent are part of the African peer review mechanism. And most of your countries here that you are representing are already members of the African peer review mechanism, And when we conduct these reviews, we make sure that the review process is not manipulated by the state. Even though, we conduct these reviews with, by interacting with the public sector, the private sector, all the sectors of the society, we do not allow ourselves to be manipulated by the national government or the authorities. That is why the process is led by a panel member. And a panel member is an eminent person who is chosen, nominated by the head of state. So per regions, we have 5 regions on the African continent. Per region, we have at least 2 panel members per region. And all those panel members have distributed themselves APRM countries so that they can they can lead the review processes. What is also important for me to highlight in front of you, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, is that the public participation, which I actually alluded to, is very critical in the APRM process. It means that the public, all the civil societies, the African population are part and parcel of the APRM process. So we don't exclude anyone within the African continent to participate in the APRM process. So that is why we say it is a very inclusive process which takes into account the views and the opinions of all the citizens of the African continent. So that is why our reports are very comprehensive reports, taking into account all the views and the opinions of the African people. And this is also done in a very transparent manner. So that is to say, it's a very open process where we organize open meetings, nothing to hide, and we have a questionnaire that has been developed, and even a methodology that has been studied, tested, piloted, and developed for many years that we take into different various countries in order to collect the information that are part, that form part of the report that we produce. Honorable members of Parliament, I'm now going to be presenting the synthesis report on early warning and conflict prevention on the African continent. And my introduction is as follows. The APRM produced this report actually based on the African Union Assembly decision, which actually welcomed steps or encouraged APRM to play a role as an early warning tool in order to prevent conflict and also to prevent conflict on the continent. And that mission cannot be done by APRM on its own. The mission has to be fulfilled by the APRM in synergy and in harmony with other African Union platforms, such as your AGA, which is your African Governance Architecture, as well as the African Peace and Security Architecture. And within the APRM itself, the founding document of the APRM, it is important to highlight that in the statute of the APRM, within its Article 6.3, it is mentioned that the APRM shall play a key role or shall contribute in the area of early warning for conflict prevention within the African continent. And this also has to be done in synergy with the existing African Union platforms such as AGA and APSA. And it is also important to highlight that the Peace and Security Council characterized APRM as a distinctive landmark instrument of the AU, and also as one of the effective mechanisms to promote the prevention of conflicts on the continent. And it is also important for me to highlight that through systemic reviews and assessment, the APRM, which is the African Peer Review Mechanism, provide what we say a data-driven insight that actually help or assist African member states to strengthen democratic governance, the rule of law, and institutional resilience. So the report that I'm going to present draws its insight from APRM peer-reviewed country review report of certain countries. As I said, the APRM today has 44 member states, and many of your countries represented here, that you are representing here, are members of the APRM. And the report that I'm presenting, it was just withdrawn from, or extracted actually from the country review report of the Republic of Zambia, the Republic of South Africa, and Zambia, it was the second generation country review report conducted in 2025. The South African one was conducted in 2022. It was also a second generation review report. That means these countries have conducted the first generation reviews, and they conducted the second generation review report. Then there is also Namibia, which conducted its first or its base country review report in 2022. Liberia also did the same in 2021. Egypt, 2020. Mozambique, it was actually the second generation, which was in 2018. And we have Kenya, which conducted also its second country review report in 2017. And Sudan also, it was the second country review report in the same in the period of 2017 and 2021. So we took into account the two country review reports. Members of Pan-African Parliament, APRM reports highlight a range of early warning indicators. And these early warning indicators, they signal potential governance challenges and conflict-related risks across the African continent. So this report actually, what do? They emphasize that if any member state or any country fails to implement APRM recommendations, this failure can escalate tensions, undermine stability, and contribute to social unrest, as well as violent conflict. So the indicators highlight potential triggers for unrest, or potential triggers that can lead to various or even violent conflicts on our continent. And those triggers, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, those triggers include the political instability. And by highlighting this point on political instability, it is important to say tensions usually over election processes, and it was raised in this August assembly, that tensions over election processes and constitutional change of government and restrictions on political participation are key indicators when it comes to political instability that can lead to social unrest and violence on our continent. It is also important to highlight economic vulnerabilities. And by economic vulnerabilities, honorable members, we allude to the issue of high unemployment on the African continent, income inequality, and unsustainable debt levels. These are also indicators or triggers to conflict on our continent. There is equally social factors that we have to take into account as triggers of conflict, and those are your ethnic and religious tensions, human rights violations, weak rule of law, which also, as I said, lead to instability. So it is, in addition, it is important to mention that governance-related issues also, like corruption, lack of judicial independence, weak public institutions, and media suppression can also serve as warning signs of deeper systemic challenges. The APRM report also identifies security threats, which include the rise of extremist groups, cross-border conflicts, and inadequate responses to climate change-related displacement. In terms of, you know, when we are scrutinizing the APRM country review report, we identified the following as the key indicators that might lead to conflict and violence on our continent. There is the issue of socio-economic inequality, where widespread economic disparities, unemployment, and poverty can exacerbate or can undermine social tensions and even increase susceptibility to conflict, and also affect, this issue affect many countries on the African continent, members of Pan-African Parliament. So I'll give an example. For instance, we conducted a review in the Republic of Nigeria, and one of the findings in the Republic of Nigeria was that the causes of conflict in that country, in that Federal Republic of Nigeria, included inequality of distribution of resources among regions. And honorable members, you are also aware of some of these issues. And even stakeholders that we interacted with, they confirmed or they indicated to the APRM country review mission that the southern states in Nigeria, which are producers of wealth for the whole country, do not get equal share of national cake with the northern states, which is a source of discontent among the states in the southern, among the states of the southern region. There is another indicator on the political contestation and governance deficit. Here you will notice that within our continent we have issues with electoral disputes, political exclusion, and governance weaknesses which fuel instability. And this was identified in some countries such as Liberia, Mozambique, Niger, Uganda, and so on. And I can just give one example of one of the findings in the Republic of Mozambique, where it was confirmed that the electoral process and the management of elections, especially electoral controversy, remain key triggers for violence, and in this regard, limited effort have been made to take the necessary steps to avoid pre- and post-elections conflicts. There is also an issue on service delivery failures that many countries are facing, and this is actually in the sector of water, electricity, and housing. And one of the country review reports actually the Republic of Namibia highlighted that there is a perception, a wise perception regarding ethnicity, tribalism, and regionalism in service delivery and access to resources as a potential source of conflict and instability in the country. And there is also ethnic and religious tensions, which is affecting many countries such as Uganda, Liberia, Nigeria, Niger, where actually ethnic and religious divisions have been exploited for political and economic gains. So a quick example is that of the country review report of Niger, where we noted that the lack of social justice and the lack of a sense of national solidarity are the main causes of the demands of certain ethnic minorities, such as the Tuareg and the Fulani. There is also the issue of xenophobic and community-based violence, which affects some countries within the continent. And there is also another indicator on corruption and weak public institutions. So on this one, you will see that the country review report of the Federal Republic of Nigeria confirmed that corruption is said to have permitted every aspect of the country's institutions, and even this founding was also confirmed by the Mo Ibrahim Index of governance, of African governance, which ranked Nigeria at 45.5 over 100. So this shows that the level of corruption is quite high in the country. In terms of environmental and climate-related conflict, it is also important to highlight that water scarcity, land disputes, and climate-induced displacement are emerging threats in several countries. And this includes countries like Egypt, Mozambique, and so on. And an example that can be given here is that of Egypt, where it was found that the River Nile is very important and very vital for the survival of 95% of the Egyptian population. But because this may become, or this might lead to certain conflict with neighboring countries such as Ethiopia, especially when it comes to water resource management, with the project like the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. So this is a very important issue which has to be handled properly through diplomatic cooperation and equitable agreement. There is also another indicator on youth unemployment and marginalization. Honorable members, it was said in this assembly that the majority of the African population are young people. And you will see that the majority of these young people have no much access to job opportunities. They are excluded, marginalized to participate in the economic activities of their respective countries. And this is a very, very important issue that has to be taken into account, because if this issue is not well managed or handled, it might lead to some tensions and conflict on our continent. So there is equally the issue of crime and insecurity, where crime in countries, in several countries within the continent have a certain high level of crime and weak law enforcement, and this actually leads to insecurity. For instance, the country review of Sudan found that the country faces challenges in instituting democratic governance since independence, which have led to military interventions and conflict, fractured the national elite, and frustrated attempts to forge a national consensus on how the country should be governed. So I have presented to you, honorable members, various indicators that might trigger conflicts on the African continent. Despite all the warning signs in terms of conflict and violence on the continent, it is equally important to say that there are some existing mechanisms for early warning and conflict preventions that have been put in place on the African continent. And I'm happy to say that a number of AU member states and even a number of African peer review member states have put in place early warning systems. And this, among these countries, you have South Africa, you have Nigeria, Mozambique, Uganda, as well as many other countries that have developed their own national frameworks to collect and analyze data on conflict risks. In South Africa, for instance, there is the National Early Warning Center, and this is done in partnership with the SADC, which is the Southern African Community Development. In addition to the national mechanisms of early warning, the AU, which is the African Union, and the RECs, the Regional Economic Communities, have also established various regional and continental early warning mechanisms. And the purpose of this is to prevent conflict and enhance peace efforts. For instance, you will see that at the continental level, the African Union Continental Early Warning System monitors and analyzes conflict risks, providing timely alerts for preventive actions. And at the regional level, there are organizations such as the Economic Community of Western Africa, Early Warning and Response Network. And this organization tracks political instability and security threats in West Africa. At the local level, there are also several AU member states that have established at the local level community-based peace-building initiatives. And this is done to address conflict and promote social cohesion. So some examples are your interfaith mediation centers in countries like Nigeria, and the Kaduna-based center, which brings together Christian and Muslim leaders to foster religious tolerance and conflict resolution. There are also human rights and governance institutions that are in place in many African countries. And among those, you have your national human rights commissions, the anti-corruption bodies, the electoral commissions, which play actually a key role in promoting democracy, accountability, and the protection of key rights, fundamental rights, and these institutions are established in many of our countries in Africa. There are also intergovernmental relations and mediation frameworks, such as the Intergovernmental Relations and Mediation Frameworks in Africa, which facilitate cooperation between national, regional, and continental bodies. There are also civil societies and media engagement, which are independent organizations to contribute to conflict monitoring and policy recommendations in many of our African countries. In terms of recommendations, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, it is important to highlight that the African Peer Review Mechanism, the APRM, and the APRM got this came up with this report based on the findings that we got from several countries that we conducted our reviews in. And the main important message to pass is to emphasize the importance of enhancing early warning and conflict prevention on the continent. And in terms of specific and key recommendations, it is important from these reports, from the findings of the African Peer Review report, to highlight that in many countries we recommended that they develop national early warning hubs, through which we encouraged member states to establish their own specialized centers to analyze conflict trends and coordinate responses. We equally advise or recommend that countries enhance socio-economic inclusion, and that is to address inequality through targeted economic empowerment programs, skills development, as well as job creation. We also recommend countries to strengthen electoral integrity and governance stability. And the purpose of this recommendation is to enhance political dialogue, electoral transparency, and inclusivity to reduce political tensions. We also recommend that countries improve service delivery and public accountability by implementing efficiency-driven reforms to mitigate grievances that are linked to poor governance. We also recommend that countries enhance community-based conflict resolution in order by strengthening local peace committees, mediation programs, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. We also recommend countries to tackle xenophobia and ethnic division, and this can be done through the promotion of intercultural dialogue, inclusive policies, and education program to counter discrimination. So, honorable members, in terms of conclusion, it is important to highlight that following the findings that the APRM came up with, it is important to keep in mind that APRM plays a key role as an early warning tool for conflict prevention, based on these findings that we came up in our report. And why is it so important, the APRM, in preventing conflict? Because it has identified governance deficiencies, socio-economic inequalities, and political tensions that could escalate into full-blown crisis if left unaddressed. Also, it is important that by assessing governance risks and recommending these corrective measures, the APRM member states are provided through the APRM country review report with a roadmap. And the roadmap at the APRM is the National Plan of Action, which is actually a program, a plan of action which is presented to countries in order to mitigate instability before it manifests into conflict. So if countries fail to address APRM peer review findings and implement recommendations, often this translates into widespread protest, electoral violence, and prolonged political unrest and violent conflicts, as we have seen it in many parts of the continent. So despite the fact that AU have established various...
Résumez, s'il vous plaît. Résumez, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, I'm almost done.
Summarize, please.
That the African member states have established early warning mechanisms to prevent conflict. It is important that we have greater coordination among African countries, among African states, and it is also important that we have inclusivity and early response mechanisms in place to prevent conflict on the continent. I thank you, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament.
Merci, Monsieur Germain.
Thank you, Mr. German, for the enlightening presentation. There's information in that presentation that's going to help honorable members of parliament. I'd like to inform my honorable colleagues that it is 12:30 at the moment, and we should be able to wrap up at 2 p.m. So we have to adjourn at 2 p.m. So those who are going to take the floor should do all in their power to be brief and avoid repetitions as much as possible. So we have a list of speakers. I think the first speaker is going to be Honorable Senator Gabala Mariam from Cote d'Ivoire. I didn't see her in the, I don't think she's around. The second speaker will be Honorable Senator Danso from Kenya. She isn't here. He's not here either. The third speaker is Honorable Esther Passaris from Kenya. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by commending this presenter, Mr. Gamen Shinui, representing the CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism, and the presentation and debates on the country's report and governance report. Honorable Speaker, by assessing the governance risks and socioeconomic inequalities, the APRA-RM gives us a foresight to act before tensions escalate into unrests, violent conflicts, or worse, civil wars. The findings from the latest country review reports remind us that governance is not just about structures. It's about people's trust in their leaders, access to basic services, and the promises for a better tomorrow. The indicators highlighted in the APRM report are not abstracts. We see them play out on our streets. The socio-economic inequalities that leave millions unemployed and excluded from opportunities, fueling anger and hopelessness across the continent. Political contestation and weak electoral management that erode faith in democracy and triggers post-election violences. Poor service delivery, particularly in water, electricity, and housing, which have sparked protests and uprisings across several member states. Corruption and weak public institutions that weaken legitimacy and amplify social discontent. Ethnic and religious xenophobic tensions that undermine the very spirit of the African unity and integration. Colleagues, ignoring the APRM recommendation comes at a heavy cost, not just in economic terms, but in the lives lost and communities destroyed. As leaders, we must champion the integration of the APRM findings into national budgets, policies, and parliamentary oversight. It is our duty to ensure that the APRM reports do not gather dust, but instead inform actionable reforms, particularly in governance, anti-corruption frameworks, and inclusive service delivery. We also need stronger collaboration between the APRM and the Peace and Security Council and the national parliaments to track and enforce implementation. If we fail to act, our youth already restless due to unemployment, inequality, and corruption, will hold us accountable, not with words, but through the streets, protests, and ballots. Let us therefore treat the APRM as both a mirror and a map. A mirror that reflects our failures honestly, and a map that guides us towards the Africa we want. Peaceful, inclusive, prosperous, and visioned in Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Therese Faye from Senegal. Apparently she's not around. Now move on to Honorable Tafanana Zo from Zimbabwe. She isn't here either. Now, Honorable Nikes Fagnon, you have the floor. Honorable from Benin. Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to congratulate the continental body of the APRM, and my intervention is going to be on the private sector. The private sector has to play a pivotal role to prevent challenges in terms of unemployment, social vulnerability that women and young people are facing should not lead to serious imbalances or disturbance in peace and security of countries. Madam President, our members of parliament, that is us, we should actually be vigilant enough to propose and devise an approach in regulating and in legislating and private sector development issues depend on the development of small and medium-sized enterprises. That is why what is happening in my country, everything is not perfect, but I like to suggest that we should adopt a 10-year strategy, as it is the case already, 2025, 2025, a 5-year plan, 2025, 2009, and 29, a law to promote the development of small and medium-sized enterprises and micro enterprises. Madam President, we should also devise a dynamic approach to mobilize resources from international institutions to ensure that the inclusion of the young people are supported, and so that they can benefit from training, and that will lead to unemployment, using framework laws for professional vocational training. Madam President, the speeding up of AfCFTA will help to develop intra-African trade. It will help to develop and establish an African labor market. And of course, we need to give priority to the development of economic transformation, economic processing of raw materials, in other words, industrialization and the implementation of special economic zones. Madam President, I'm going to end here. And I would be failing if I didn't congratulate the APRM once again and wonder how they actually collect information and propose to them so that they can help countries to adopt based on early warning systems, so that they can incorporating it in their systems. And this could help them to ensure that the information that they collect is reliable. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President, colleagues, members of Parliament, I'd like to greet you. The issue of peace and security and threats are very important in this session, and it is true that consultations and debates provide us with some confidence. When I listen to this report, it is in line with the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. Now, talking about the APRM, three things come to mind. APRM is part of the other mechanisms that could be useful if they are well implemented to achieve the objectives. And so this mechanism seeks to provide sustainable development and good governance for member countries, and also seeks equality. Fourth, democracy, governance, and sustainable development in social sectors. There are so many challenges, and these challenges have had an impact on performance. There are no policies that have developed, and these have an impact on the non-performance of countries in terms of policy. In addition, we also have armed conflicts, such as cross-border conflicts. And the principles of good governance as well, the weakness of this judicial system, corruption, all these have an impact on the strategy, the development strategies, and APRM. If we implement the recommendations of the APRM, the poverty alleviation, lack of equality in sharing natural resources has had an impact among organizations and the participation of communities in conflict management. We need to help these allow our committees or develop communities to manage all these conflicts through generations that can participate in evaluations and assessment. We also need to collaborate with major entities of the African Union, hence the role of the African Union in funding good governance policies. APRM is an obligation for us. It has to help to achieve good governance on the continent. But these are dependent on the achievement of peace, security, the fight against poverty and its consequences. And all these can be tackled only through good and efficient policies and continental collaboration, so that we can end up achieving Agenda 2063. Lamin Faye from Senegal, Honorable Lamin Faye from Senegal, you have the floor, please. She doesn't seem to be around, so move on to Honorable Jennifer from Rwanda. Honorable Jennifer, the floor is yours.
I thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to recommend and appreciate APRM from the start up to now. It is one of the institutions that gives hope to Africa. I must say that for allowed or protocols observed, honorable members, I had these two questions. How do you APRM ensure that countries implement the recommendations made during the peer review process? Also, second question is how are you planning to carry out public engagement so that your APRM process does not continue to be criticized as an elite-driven exercise? As I was looking at the recommendations, I wanted to also elaborate a bit. They are very good recommendations. For example, when we were talking about community-based conflict resolutions, allow me, Madam President, to give an example of Rwanda, as I appreciate the comment made by our Nigerian MP about Rwanda coming up. Members of this House must realize that Rwanda, 31 years ago, was like a failed state with genocide, with war, with a lot of problems. So since 2002, Rwanda chose a customer-based system for trying genocide cases, which was called Gacaca, which was established then, which was to strengthen, to try the perpetrators, but also to strengthen reconciliation. As our beloved president said, His Excellency Paul Kagame described it, Africa's solution to African problems. Since 2005, there was established 12,000 community-based Gacaca courts, and the name is called the place where communities gather to resolve disputes. And they have tried approximately 1.2 million cases. On the other hand, the International Criminal Court for Rwanda that was established by the UN Security Council only tried, of the 92 that were supported, they tried only 80 cases. That is one example of the traditional mechanisms. The last one I wanted to say was the one we call Abunzi, which means that those who reconcile are local mediators who are mandated by the state to use mediation as an approach to resolve disputes with the aim to find mutually acceptable solution to both.
Vous pouvez compléter, l'honorable.
Can you follow up with your intervention, please?
I was saying you have another example. I chose only two, where there are mediators in the community. We have where there are family conflicts, so that there are very few cases that go to the normal court. So I was commending APRM resolution where they said that we should use traditional mechanisms of which can help us as African countries. Thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, honorable. I'd like to give the floor to honorable MP from Tunisia.
الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر عمرون.
Honorable Mohammed from Algeria, you now have the floor, please. Madam President, the members, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, allow me, as I take the floor for the first time as a new member of this Parliament, to thank the President of PAP and its members and its bureau and all the staff for the warm welcome. For the warm welcome when we came to take oath. Thank you very much. When we talk about the report that we have, well, it's not just a simple document. It's a cry that's warning us about a reality that the African people are going through. I'd like to thank Mr. Germain for his detailed and comprehensive presentation on the reality in our continent about all the challenges we are facing up to be the corruption, bad governance, climate change, the empowerment of young people. All of these have become a threat, and which are not far from the other threats on the continent. We have started understanding that our negligence of all these challenges are peace threatening. That is why we have to come together to seek common solutions. This is very important. We Africans are capable of finding homegrown solutions for our people, but we have been unable to present real mechanisms that can take us out of all these challenges and crises that we're going through. Ladies, honorable members of parliament, how can we, or what is the use of early warning if we are neglecting all the mechanisms that can help us face up to these challenges? Can the African continent alone face up to these challenges? We're talking about common challenges that we cannot tackle alone unless we are united. It cannot be tackled by a single country. That is why I am proposing, based on the meeting that was held between the PAP and the Security Council, we also need to conduct a meeting between the Pan-African Parliament and these APRM mechanisms, because members of Parliament, we can hear the speaker. The speaker turn on his microphone, please. Another issue that was raised by Mr. Jama is mediation. We need to be very brave, we diplomats, because we represent the African people. Why is mediation no longer used in Africa? Why are we seeking external mediation, whereas we are capable, we have the necessary skills in Africa to conduct mediation? For example, I come from a country that has succeeded in conducting 5 mediation internationally and regionally. I'll give you 2 examples. We don't trust ourselves, Africans. In 2015, Algeria organized in Mali a reconciliation between the government and the rebels. And in the intervening time, we were appointed as a peace manufacturer, so to speak. And this was facilitated by the African Union and the United Nations in 2025. We were accused of being terrorist propaganda promoters. Is it possible that a country that is conducting peace mediation can also be a country that supports terrorism? We should trust ourselves or trust each other. One of the countries that have been seeking solutions in the Sahara region, just like Mauritania, and in the end, we were excluded from these negotiations. We are seeking, the organization that seeks homegrown solutions was established to monitor the case of the Western Sahara, who refused African intervention to tackle this conflict. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ibrahim from Djibouti. Honorable Ibrahim, you have the floor.
La Présidente. Précédemment, on discutait en long et en large.
Before, we were talking broadly about peace and security issues, and this presentation from the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is a voluntary organism of early warning and conflict prevention, which are all complementary and contribute to peace and security in Africa. I'm under the impression that this good analysis of the criterion of this early warning system depends on how they are applied in countries and have to contribute to conflict prevention that we all advocate for. And this, like as advocated by the presenter, we need to set up the appropriate structures, appropriate early warning structures. I'd like to emphasize on a few criteria: unemployment, youth marginalization, socioeconomic inequality, poor service, public service delivery, climate environment conflicts. To date, only 35 countries are APRM member countries, which is an voluntary African mechanism. It's our wish that all African countries, all 55, should join this process. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Honorable MP. Honorable member from MP from Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just I want to mention the misconception about the Nile River and the historical injustices using the Nile River, which we were actually talking yesterday. Ethiopia and Egypt doesn't have any land that they share, or they don't share borders. So in theory, there is no conflict between Ethiopia and Egypt because we don't share borders. But the Nile we use for different purposes in Ethiopia and other riparian 11 countries. The problem is the agreements, the colonial agreements between Britain, Egypt, and Anglo-Egyptian Sudan were made, which gave 100% right of the use of Nile for Egypt. Ethiopia wanted to assert its right to use its own resource, which is in any case legal, and the world recognizes this. So Egypt is adamant to use this colonial agreement, which Ethiopia was not a part, in 1910, 1906, 1910, and later in 1950s. So Ethiopia wants to use the Nile River equitably with other countries, especially the lower course countries, Egypt and Sudan. So Egypt has to recognize the right of Ethiopia to use its own river, which actually is constructing the GERD, the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is now finished. So using natural resources equitably is actually the solution. And we have to agree to use the Nile River equitably between the 11 riparian countries. The AU, as well as PAP, have also the responsibility to relegate these colonial agreements, which are perceived to be the source of conflict. We don't need colonial agreements to work again. So we have to make new agreements with Egypt, Nile, and the other countries to use the Nile River equitably. And at that case, there will be no conflict between Ethiopia and Egypt. Thank you.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable MP. The last intervention will be from Honorable Jonathan from Zambia. Honorable Jonathan, you have the floor.
Very much, Madam Vice President. First of all, let me appreciate the work that was put into producing this very brilliant report. However, Madam Vice President, as people from Zambia would want to conclude as we start. Because what we understand is that what is causing conflict in most African countries is the high interest of our natural resources by the Western world, and of the immediate late, the part of the Middle East. Madam Vice President, this demand and interest on our raw materials is what is causing conflict in most African countries. And what they do, these regions, is that they incite either the locals or neighboring countries to cause wars in these particular countries. And when the war is caused, we all know that it comes with instability. And what do? They want to take advantage of the instability to root or steal our natural resources. It's not until us as Africans, we realize the value of our natural resources and start resisting such bad vices. The moment we resist such type of bad vices, then all these conflicts that we have in Africa will come to an end. Madam Vice President, I thank you.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Germain for him to shed more light or to address the issues that were raised by some of the honorable members here present. And I'd like to remind you that we have to adjourn at 1:30, and we will resume in the afternoon by 2:30 p.m.
Honorable members of parliament, thank you very much for your interest, your key interest in this presentation that we did on conflict prevention on our continent. And most of your comments or your interventions were comments, and some few questions were raised, and I'm going to attend to those few questions. And we thank you actually for your comment and your keen interest actually in this presentation. I will start with just pick up a few questions that were addressed to APRM. The first one, I think it came from Honorable from the Republic of Rwanda, who actually asked a question on how do we ensure that our recommendations are implemented by our member states. Thank you for this question, Honorable, and it is important for me to say that we produce what we call at the end of the report that we develop with our member state. We produce a national plan of action which shows or which indicates different actions that have to be taken by the member states in order to implement the recommendations. And we commit ourselves as APRM, after conducting the review, that the country itself has developed has different development visions or programs. And we make sure that our NPOA, which is our National Plan of Action, is integrated in the national development plans of different countries that have conducted reviews. And in addition to that, there is also the governance support program that the APRM is actually under the leadership of our CEO, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Roscat. The APRM has developed this governance support program, which is coming with funding to member states to ensure that member states are capacitated in order to implement the recommendations, because we think that APRM report should not gather dust, as the honorable from Kenya eloquently said it, the APRM review report should not be gathering dust in our offices, but they should be implemented. And when they are implemented accordingly, this report will make an impact in the living conditions of the African people. So the governance support program is already in place. We're going to implement it, to enroll it to our member states so that we can have an impact after conducting our reviews. There is equally a question that actually it was a comment from Djibouti, which we comment that all the member states, the AU member states, should join the APRM, but it was highlighted that the APRM has 35 member states. We are now at 44, not 35 member states. We are at 44 member states, and the remaining 11 countries are really encouraged to join the APRM. And there was also a very important question, actually comment from Zambia, from the Honorable from Zambia, which looked into the issue of natural resources as the main trigger of conflict on our continent. Yes, it is one of the main triggers of conflict on the continent, and APRM has worked, has even produced a targeted review report in the Republic of Zambia on the governance of mineral resources, and that report is yet to be launched in the Republic of Zambia, and that report was also part of the AGR, the Africa Governance Report 2025, which is going to be presented in the next sitting of this parliament. So we have the AGR, which is Africa Governance Report on mineral resources, and we also produced a targeted review in the Republic of Senegal, and that report was equally peer-reviewed at the Forum of Head of State in Addis Ababa, where the President of the Republic of Senegal himself, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, was part of the peer review meeting, and he presented, Jomai Faye presented the report. So we are working in that direction to ensure that there is no also complacency in the recommendations that have to be implemented at APRM. That's why we're putting in place all the tools that are important and all the support that member states need to implement the technical, the financial resources, all kinds of resources that are needed. We are getting them so that our reports are very relevant and become a reality in the living conditions of the people of Africa. I think those were a few questions that I could allude to and try to respond to. But thank you very much for your comment and your keen interest to our presentation. Thank you once again.
Merci, Monsieur Germain, pour.
Thank you, Mr. Germain, for the answers and clarifications you've provided. Thank you for the report, which in my opinion is a very important one and has a lot of information that will enable all of us here at PAP and in our respective national parliament. The report will help us to carry on our work. So I do believe that the plenary agrees that we should take note of the report that was presented to us. So we take note of the report, and I do thank you for your patience, and we will resume at 2:30 this afternoon. Thank you. Sitting adjourned.
Honorable members, Honorable Madam President,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nous allons reprendre nos travaux, mais apparemment on est en...
We shall begin our proceedings, but apparently we are far ahead of the staff of the Secretariat, which was supposed to be here to tell us how to proceed. This is unusual because the staff was supposed to be here before us.
Monsieur le secrétaire général adjoint.
The Deputy Secretary General is around. It's a bit late, but it's not always the case because he's often there early. So MPs were there before you. What reason do you have to give us to justify your lateness?
Donc, comme je disais, Monsieur le sujet n'a pas l'habitude de venir.
Like I said, the Secretary General generally doesn't come early. He had some work to do, so I'll give him the floor to give us useful information. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for the lateness, honorable members. There was going to be a presentation this afternoon on the role of the Pan-African Parliament in the process of integration in Africa. This presentation should have been done online by the chair of the High Court of Justice of Benin, the president of the High Court of Justice. Unfortunately, I've been told that she is not available. I've just gotten the information now. That's why I thought I should write a word on your platform so as to inform you. The chair is why I am late and the current situation about this plenary sitting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eschi. Although the aspect we had to discuss is important on the role of the Pan-African Parliament, and we were ready to discuss on it to make the most of the information. Unfortunately, the President of the High Court is unavailable, so we would see where we can insert her on the program some other day because it's very important for us as information. That said, do you have an announcement to make? Yes, the lone announcement has to do with the Women's Caucus, which has to take place at 4 p.m. Women's Caucus at 4 p.m. It has to hold here. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, c'est assez.
Thank you. So we have enough time to relay this information so that we have as many MPs attending the Women's Caucus meeting. So I adjourn this sitting. See you tomorrow. Thank you.